Alrighty, I believe we are live. Sweet. Let's see here. Let's get you guys switched over. Alright, as you can see, I was on earlier today, and I was growing my own Alioramus, so I had my fun with the TLC already, which, by the way, absolutely gorgeous. I am a huge fan of the skull on this one. But now, every time one of these TLCs happens, there's gonna be dozens upon dozens of people in each server who want to be playing the new thing. Everybody wants to play with the new toy, of course. But that means there's 50, 60, maybe even 70 Alioramuses everywhere, and almost nothing for them to eat. So today we're going to find out if I can survive as what is generally considered Alioramus prey in this game during one of the highest populations of Alioramus. And without further ado, I think we are going to start on Citi and Pachy. Now, I have a pigeon skin on it right now, but I'm not feeling the pigeon skin. Do I have the curacao? Yeah, I'm liking the curacao skin. Let's see, which pattern do I like? Probably just the first one. You know, I want to be vibrant, but not too vibrant. Let's see. Okay. Now, what I'm really interested in is this. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, now I can play around with some of the other stuff. Like the darker. The eye really doesn't matter. They're all brown. Yeah. Okay. I'm satisfied with that. So now, I think personally Citi and Pachy is actually going to be the hardest of all the ones I plan on trying tonight. Because I plan on doing Citi and Pachy, Pachycephalosaurus, maybe Psittacosaurus. I'm unsure about that one. But there's a few. I have a few in the pipeline. But I think this is going to be the hardest one. Because I think Citi and Pachy, for its size, is really slow. But, hey, the only one way to find out. Okay. And I'm already fully grown, so I don't generally have to concern myself with doing quests. Though I may also later try to attempt to grow. One, just to see if that's even harder. But I'm not going to just, like, hide in a cave and chill for a while. I will actually be moving around and migrating. I'm not even sure if I've played Citi and Pachy on the Rhyperia map yet. I feel like I have, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Actually, you know what? There's an easy way to find out. Nope. I have not played Citi and Pachy on the Rhyperia map yet. This ought to be fun. There is actually a way for me to check how many Alioramus are on the server right now, I believe. But it will make me vulnerable for a second. Just give me one moment here, chat. Because I am actually curious about this. If I remember correctly, the Discord for this server actually has... Let's see. I know it has a... has a thing where it shows how many of each species. Aha, here we go. No, wait. Wrong one. Okay, I give up. We're just going to assume a lot. Did they buff Citi and Pachy's speed? It does feel a little bit faster. Because I remember one of the last times I played Citi and Pachy. Oops. It literally got run down by an Alio. Which is, you know, not exactly the fastest. You know, I don't need to hunt. But it's a good chance to test out what I'm working with as far as combat goes. God, this thing turns like a bus. Come here. I think one more hit and yeah, you're done. Nice. Should also be on the lookout for food. You know, I'm actually not certain if I have... What metabolism do I have? Insects, nuts, roots, and flowers. Could do... Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the safest one. Yeah, I don't want to make it too hard on myself. I mean, so far so good. Things have been relatively quiet. Can I eat roots? Yes. So I'm pretty sure if you eat roots, it gives you a little bit of water as well. Oh yeah, it does. Not much, though. Cool. Water should thankfully not be too tricky, because, like I said, I've got Desert Survivor on. So I should be able to take... Oh my god, look how gorgeous that purple is in the sun. Love it. Which, by the way, if you've never seen the bird that this skin is based on, I highly recommend looking them up. They're super cool birds. I love curassows. I mean, I say that like it's a bird. The curassows are like a whole family of birds. But some of my personal favorites are like the greater curassow, which I think is the one this skin is based off of. It's because this is almost like a mix of the male and female colorations of a greater curassow. They're one of the few birds where I actually think the female's prettier. And it's not like the female displays or anything. I just think it's just in general that the pattern on the female is really nice. Really cool, though. You can almost think of them like South America's version of the turkey. I mean, they're not exactly the only bird that kind of fills that niche. In fact, it's almost weird that we have so few large ground birds in the US. There's a good amount of them in South America. Because in the US, we have turkeys, which are our largest. And then you have, what, grouses and prairie chickens. Am I missing anything? It's turkey, grouse, prairie chicken. I feel like there's something related to the grouses that I'm missing. I have quail, but I'm talking about larger birds. South America, I mean, you've got lots of different curassows. You have tinamous. You have Chakalakas. Oh, right, I forgot this thing bleeds stamina. You have Guans. If you want to get really crazy with it, you can count Reyes. And if we're talking Central America, there's also a turkey. Because you have the ocellated turkey of Mexico, which is one of my all-time favorite birds. I love turkeys in general, and I think ocellateds are just the prettiest of all the turkeys. It is funny that turkeys have this curse of being one of the absolute most beautiful birds in the world until you get to their face. Whole thing gorgeous. And then they got the ugliest face you can imagine. You know, for a server with, let's find out, 118 players on, it's been awfully quiet. It's quite nice. I'm just kind of vibing out as a city patty right now. Server's going to restart in 10 minutes. That makes sense. That's fine for us. I mean, we'll only be off the server for like 1 or 2 minutes. Ooh, I do need water, but this feels crocky. Whatever. Wait, I hear something. Not in the water. I swear I heard footprints. You know, chat, what's the over-under on meeting another Citipati tonight? Like, what do you think the chances of me seeing my own species will be tonight? Or me being just the only Citipati on the server? Because personally, I don't think the chances are great. I think I could run into Pachys and maybe Struthies, but I don't think I'm going to run into a Citipati. Thankfully, the Citipati has a decently fast trot. Otherwise, I'd be really annoyed about having to walk everywhere to save stamina. Okay. Has anyone knocked down a tree for me to walk across? Would be greatly appreciated. Does not look like it, though. I do wish to get to the other side safely. There is a way I could do it, which is crossing down there. Let's see if I can leap far enough. Just about. Far enough to keep me out of the jaws of some hungry Tylo. Because I think you can push down the tree over here from this side. That one, yes. Perfect. This bit's risky, but worth it. Gonna move away until it's down. Okay. Much better. Anytime I can avoid swimming as a Citipati is a good time. These things swim much like a chicken. Which, if you've never seen a chicken swim, the answer's not great. I mean, the only way for me to find another one of my own kind is to occasionally call out. At least increase my chances. I think Black Fern play is going to be a good place to be. When this reset happens. You know, for something using wings to decrease its fall, it sure can't jump off any kind of heights. Don't walk around. Once again, surprisingly quiet. Although once the server countdown went, I wonder if people got off. Nope, only 2 people. Yeah, quiet today. I hear something. I don't know, maybe I'm just going crazy. You know, while I'm here, I think I'm just hearing ambience. I don't think I'm hearing a predator. Is this what it's like to actually be a prey item? Just like constantly freaking out at random sounds? I mean, I say that like humans aren't still preyed upon by a number of animals these days. But definitely to a far less extent than even 100 years ago. God damn it. Fat fucking city. Can't even jump up there. You know, I am realizing something that I should maybe change while I have a chance. I want to switch these. Okay. Also, this thing snores so loud. Like, I've never seen another playable that sleeps as loudly as the Citi does. I mean, don't get me wrong. The team that made this put a lot of love into it. It has a ton of tiny, subtle animations that are really, really good. But why does it snore so goddamn loudly? If I'm laying down trying to hide in a bush, half fucking Ripara knows I'm here. Alright. We are gonna just sit here and wait out that restart. And in the meantime, I might try to figure out a little something extra. So bear with me. I have no idea if you guys can see what I'm adding here, but if you can, I promise I'm making it smaller. Okay. Let's get that small. Come on over here. Look at me learning how to do this whole streaming thing. And then now, I want to see. Oh, also, might as well just do that. Now, is there a way to edit a source? Let's see. Aha. Sweet. Okay. Just thank you for bearing with me for a second here. I am still learning all this streaming stuff. All right. Hold on. Sometimes if you just back out and go back in. Nope. Okay. Apparently we might be sitting here for a minute. Everyone and their mother wanted to be on tonight. And that's what I get for dilly-dallying with the death counter. Which is strange, because usually, yeah, it doesn't say that there's 100 in there yet. Yeah, see, if you mess around with it for a second, sometimes it works. Okay, perfect. I do not remember my hunger being that low. You know what? Let's at least be cordial. Especially since earlier didn't even have that option. Okay. I think that's fine. Oh my god. I'm going up the tiniest hill and it feels like walking through molasses. Alright, there's gotta be some, like, berries or insects or something around here I can eat. That's a carcass. Come on, give me an anthill or something. Aha! I should be able to eat. Who doesn't love delicious dirt? Alright, let's keep moving. I don't even have a particular goal or a place to get to. I'm kind of just wandering where feels correct. Just kind of area to area, finding resources as I go. Oh, come on, they won't let you drink out of the little shallow bit. There we go. You know, I don't spend a lot of time in Dry Fang Canyon. Let's try to get up to Dry Fang Canyon. You didn't see that. Oh my god. Let's conserve a little stamina in case I have to outrun a predator. You know, it's gonna be really funny when it's just like not Alios that kills me. Because, like, yeah, sure, Citipati is like one of the best bits of Alio prey, but it doesn't mean that like something else isn't also going to. I'm certain there's plenty of other things that can catch Citipati, like raptors and Dilos and Alioramus. Oh, there's already an Alio. Never mind. I have lied to you. Ah. Well, that's not good. Oh, what? Okay, I don't know if you all saw that bit of lag there. I'm out of stamina. I'll kill your baby. Ah. Yes. Okay, sorry. I was in the middle of a fight. I didn't look over at chat, but I was just saying that earlier today that it was crazy that we were just talking about Alioramus being the one I want to get a TLC. And then sure enough. Alright. But first, let's update that. And back into the world we go. You know, I actually think I held my own decently well. And do the courteous thing. Hello. Tiny Meg. I actually thought you were a little AI Paleo Saniwa at first. I didn't even realize that was a Meg. Got ganged up on by 4 of them as a set. Yeah. The problem is that like when there's 4 of them, they're really, really fast. And they can kind of just like 1 or 2 run in, and if they get hurt, those 2 will back out and the other 2 will run in. If they're a coordinated pack, they can fight really well. Alone, however, they get pretty bodied. I got bodied a few times earlier today. However, Citipati is like the perfect prey for these things. So I'm kind of just tormenting myself playing it, but you know. I said I was trying to get to Dry Fang. How far did this put me from Dry Fang? Okay, not the absolute worst. I just have to go back up through Redwoods and Blackfern. I was like right here when I died. I was so close to Tri-Fang. Oh, you got Mel on it today. Wow, that's grinding. To be fair, I played Alio a lot, so I already had like all the skins and everything. And the skin that I usually use isn't even an Alderon skin. It's a PT skin. Speaking of skins, I love how pretty this one is in the sunlight. It's a shame there isn't a whole lot of open sunlight areas. You're absolutely right, though. It needed a TLC so badly. And the fact that it's just already doing so well immediately shows me that, like, we were right. It needed a TLC. Okay, where am I going? I've never really been up here before, so I'm gonna make sure I'm not getting lost. Oh, I can go towards this pond. I know that pond. Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. I've been around forever. It's literally every TLC. Which is why I actually had the idea I'm doing right now. Is because I knew there was going to be dozens upon dozens upon dozens of Alioramus playing. So I'm like, wouldn't it be fun to be playing as Citi Potty right now? Just like trying my damnedest to survive. Hmm. I don't want to fall too far. That should be reasonable. Yeah. We only have 2 more dinos to grow on officials. I'm not even... I mean, to be fair, like I said, haven't played officials in years. So, I wouldn't have any dinosaurs on officials to my knowledge. I don't know. I'd actually have to check. I'd be curious if I still have like a dinosaur on official that I haven't played in years. Ooh, food. And I guess I should actually be questing as well, since I just lost a bunch of growth. That was honestly kind of a savage amount of growth to lose. I think I lost half of the entire subadult growth. And if I don't get it back quickly, oh boy. If I don't get that growth back quickly, I'm gonna suffer for it, because then it just gets harder to grow each time. However, if I die so much that I make it all the way back to, like, Juvie, then I might switch to Pachy. At least I feel like Pachy has a bit of a fighting chance. Citi Potty has almost no chance. Alright. Now, earlier, I set it up so that I should be able to cross a bit easier. I'm going to go ahead and take those crossings. Yeah, there's a log down. Bro probably has a juvie croc or something. Maybe. I'm not sure what I would have if I had anything on the official servers. Because I almost immediately just went right into playing on community servers. I got lucky with that. Officials is a lawless and godless place. I'm trying to listen out for that scarab beetle. I think might be up there. Because you'll hear them, like, chittering. They're usually on logs similar to this. You know, at least I died to an Alio first. Because, like, the whole thing was, can I survive in a world full of Alios as Alio food? And it would have been kind of dumb if I prefaced all that and then just got eaten by a croc. Did stepping on that nest? Oh, it does. Wow, stepping on the nest damages it. Because, you know... Yeah, I mean, a lot of quests change. There's quests changing all the time now, and I'm still learning. Although I did just hear that scarab I was talking about. That like little chime sound that just happened. That I'm pretty sure is the scarab. Yep, there's one. Okay. The only thing I'll say is that I am glad they added audio cues to a lot of those quests. Because I would not find half of these things if it was not for the audio cues. Oh, there's the other one. Oh, pine cones. I was just looking at pine cones. Do I hear footsteps? Oh my god. Nope, I was hearing an AI. That's what I was hearing. Ah, no, chump. See, I knew I heard something. Okay, let's rest for a second. Let's get rid of all that venom. Get some stamina back. Oh, a little baby sty. Hello, little baby Styracosaurus. You are adorable. I don't have the grab ability equipped, otherwise I would have attempted to pick you up. To be fair, I didn't spend a lot of time in East Passage, so I don't know how much I would have even recognized the difference. But I get it. Like, you learn where all the little things are, and then things get changed up, and it's like, oh, man. The only... Oh. I'm gonna guess that little Styracosaurus must have the same quest as me. Well, that's an awkward thing to run into. Okay. It definitely noticed me, but it looks like they're full. Let's grab a drink. If I remember correctly, East Passage is... There's two spots I know as passages. Is East Passage the one that's between Willemmy and the Coastland Swamp, or is it the one that's between Redwoods and the Cedrus Forest? Might be tough for me to find pine cones if I'm correct, and that little baby sty is also looking for them. Okay, yeah, it's the one between Willemmy and the coastline. Okay. Yeah, no, that's a pretty good one. That's that one that has that big, winding, like, dropping slope. Oh, man. I guess yeah, I think I knocked that log down before restart happened. So it's back up. That's fine. I keep looking for pine cones. I'm grinding there all the time, but now more people are going to be over there and it isn't safe anymore. Yeah. I mean, the Redwoods was like that for a while. Redwoods was like my favorite place to grind, and then everyone decided that Redwoods is like the hot spot. It's not as bad on this server for sure. Redwoods, as you can see now, is a bit on the quieter side, but I remember like some other servers and stuff I've been on. The same goes for if we're talking about Gondwana. That would be Savannah for me. I used to always go right to Savannah and quest in Savannah because it was so easy. Because you could do Desolate Pass and Savannah really easy together, and sometimes even Hot Springs. And then Savannah somehow became even more of a hot spot than Grand Plains after they added those water puddles to Savannah. I like how I always somehow pick the incorrect side to go around these things. Like, had I just gone right, I would have immediately found the opening, but I decided to go left and had to walk around the entire thing. Okay, I don't feel like doing the Bloodstones quest, so we're gonna move up into the Black Hills. I know it's Blackfern Hills, but in my head I always want to say Black Hills because it reminds me of, like, the Black Hills, the fossil site that the Black Hills Institute is based on. So a lot of really cool fossils come out of the Black Hills. I know a really important Tyrannosaur fossil came out of the Black Hills, and now I suddenly can't remember which one. I feel like it was either Black Beauty or maybe the dueling dinosaurs. I can't remember. One of those came out of the Black Hills. What's that? That's an Alioramus. Okay, he is shaking at me. Oh, there's the little sty again. How cute. Yeah, okay, good. That Alioramus does not appear to want any beef, which is surprising. I cannot say the same for any other Alioramus that we may run into. Also, what is this? It was sitting on it earlier. Oh, it's a baby Rex. They managed to kill a Rex. That's why he hasn't bothered attacking us, because he's full. Speaking of food. Listen, I'm not above using that baby Styracosaurus as a meat shield. So I don't mind if that thing hangs around a bit. Although, I think it might be faster than me. So in the end, I would probably end up as its meat shield. So I don't see that going particularly well for me. Alrighty. Also, I looked away for like 1 second and I completely lost that Styracosaurus anyways. Lord knows where it is now. But I've pretty much made it kind of close to where I had died. So, we might still yet make it to Dry Fang Canyon tonight. Alive. You know, part of me knows that the reason I ended up picking Citi over Pachy is purely because one of my absolute favorite scenes in Prehistoric Planet was in I'm pretty sure season 1, and it was when the Janjusaurus hunted the Corythoraptors. It was one of just the most realistic CGI animal hunts I'd ever seen. Like, I work with animals every day. I know, like, all the little microcosms of the movements they make. It can be so easy to pick apart CGI animals on screen for me. That one scene is just real. Like, it's so hard to pick that scene apart at all. The camera work they did was phenomenal. The dynamic action. Like, even the camera struggling to keep up with the chase is just so perfect. And even that, like, you know, portrait picture zoom in on the Janjusaurus's face, couldn't find a flaw in it. I've even seen 4K stills of it. Looks perfect. It's insane. And of course, in this game, Alioramus is the closest thing to Janjusaurus, and Citi is the closest thing to Corythoraptor. Also, there were some roots back there. Let's grab a snack. It's hard to pick a definitive favorite scene throughout the 3 seasons of Prehistoric Planet, but I can tell you that that one is definitely always near the top. You know, I have not been paying attention to where I've been walking, and I think I just I meant to go up here. That's fine. There's another path over here. For a second there, I just got so distracted talking about Prehistoric Planet that after a minute, I was like, why does this swamp feel so big? I feel like I should have been out of the swamp already, and it's because I was just walking parallel through the swamp. We're gonna avoid this swamp. I don't feel like walking through another one. You know, things have actually been pretty quiet. Quite thankful for that. Honestly, almost an hour in and we're only at 1 death. I think that's actually pretty surprising. Though I haven't moved through some of the worst areas yet. Also, ever since the update dropped, it's been an issue where Chat's kind of dying. It's not the end of the world. Oh, wait. Might be back. I don't really use chat much anyways. I desperately want to sprint through all this, but I really need to save up my stamina. This forest is so dense I can easily get snuck up on. If I was somewhere a little more out in the open, I'd be a little more... Speaking of which, I'm going to eat my little roots, and then we're going to try to figure out what's stomping around over there. It sounds like it's to my right over here. Well, just Spino. I don't think a Spino would try it. Oh, that's a pretty one, too. I like that skin. Look at that. Cinema. Even if he is kind of standing there like a statue. Now, I can't say a Spino would never try it. There's a chance he might, but... Seems like he's talking in chat, but, fortunately for him... You know what? Here, I got you, buddy. Yeah. Always happy to put on a show. That sounded like AI. I gotta start saying critters instead of AI. It sounds weird to say AI. About damn near the only time you'll ever hear the word AI out of my mouth without a negative context behind it. Alright. This is about as close to Dry Fang as I got last time. Pretty sure I died literally right here in this passage. Sorry about that. I just had a message I wanted to check on. Alright. Who knows, I might actually make it all the way back to adulthood, which would be good, because when I inevitably get killed again, I won't have to grind as far and as hard to get back. But yeah, in the meantime, let's go hang out in the open canyon. Let's get out of these damn trees. Can I eat these flowers? No. You know, the fact that they're like splitting all of the flowers in certain areas into a bunch of different quest items now that don't quote unquote count as flowers, it's actually going to make it more difficult for people who have the one diet that lets you eat flowers. Alright. Now I just gotta wait on the timer for the quest. And keep my eyes peeled for any Alios. And I guess other things, but actually another one that would be a big threat to me is hats. Hats can pick up Citi, and I could barely outrun hats. So that one would also be another problematic one to run into, especially here in the canyon where there isn't a lot of cover. Okay, oh great. I was like, I didn't really want to do a succulent quest, so I'll come to Dryfin Canyon. And then, of course, the quest I get is succulents. Okay. It does feel like it would be easier. Do I hear footsteps? It might be the thunder rumbling. Jesus Christ, what was that sound? Oh, I ran over another nest. They gotta stop making that much noise. It's got me all panicky. Alright, if I were a succulent, where would I be? I'm not crazy, right? That dead AI body just moved. Am I just that panicky? Also, are there two Wodiosaurus? Albino dead? Yeah, okay. Good news is that both of those bodies seemed fairly deteriorated, so I don't think whatever killed them is still particularly nearby. Okay, but where the hell are these succulents? What is this? Oh, it looked like it was going to be a collectible. Oh, right, I can eat from termite mounds. Nice. I think I hear something. Hold on. I think it's just the thunder ambience screwing with me. Alright, where in God's name are these succulents? I might just move to a new POI. Just so I don't have to look for damn succulents. Oh, they look like Optunia cactuses in this zone. Never mind. Also, what's hissing at me? Oh, scorpion. See, I did not realize they looked like the Optunia cactus in this zone. I'm over here looking for like the little ground succulents, the ones that look like aloe. Okay. Well, okay, now I know what I'm looking for. Should be a little easier to find. Let's get up even higher and scan around. I don't see any, but that could also just as easily being the render distance screwing with me. Oh, I actually see one right there. But I also realize that's a further jump than I think, so we're going to go around like a smart person. I actually think that might be enough, too. I knew that was going to hurt, but I didn't think it was going to hurt that badly, so. Alright, it was right next to this berry bush. Nice. Snakeweed, if I remember correctly, was that yellow flower I ran into earlier by the tar pits. I'm starting to learn all the new quest items. I gotta say, it's rather surprising that nothing's really been happening out here. I thought, oh, here we go. I thought driving for sure would be a hot spot. I think once I hit adult, I'm gonna start moving out towards the islands. A lot of those islands always seem to have a lot of critters on them. At the very least, I want my growth back before I start risking my tail feathers. Where is this last clump of snakeweed? Oh, I didn't think it would actually attack me. I was like wondering why it was running at me. Unless I don't even know if I really want this fight. I'm just gonna run. Aha. Why do I hear something bigger? Yep, knew it. Wow, I suck at this. Okay, I'm in a bad spot. Oh, I think he's hurting too, though. Nice. That was a good shot. Oh, come, how did that not land? It's fine, it's fine. You know what? At least it's an honorable fight. Not one I'm gonna win, but it's an honorable fight. Ah. I have to imagine I did a lot of damage to him. Alright. Let us update. And get back in. It was like right when I was about to get back to adulthood too. Okay, so going north clearly didn't work. So we're going to get out to the islands here. So I think I'm going to just run out this way. I think I'm finding some of the problem with Citi and Pachy is that it has a horrible turn radius, but most of the things that would be hunting it have a great turn radius. Because I started defending myself decently well when I just decided to stick to the precise movement. I'm curious if he... No, chat's still dead for me. No, he might have said something. I would have been really happy to know how low that Dilo was. Because Dilo still has that glitch where it doesn't show scars on its body. So, like, it could have been, like, seconds from death. I wouldn't have known. Okay. I know I said I was heading out of Redwoods, but I noticed that the quest I had was for the Scarab Beetle, which is usually a pretty easy quest. Let's get some stamina back. Oof. Yeah, you tuned in at the exact wrong time. Or right time, I guess. If you wanted to tune in and see me get killed. I had a feeling Dilos were going to be a problem, too. I anticipated the Alioramus. I did not anticipate the Dilos. But, I mean, it wouldn't be a challenge if there weren't things hunting me. Okay, now let's get out of Redwoods. I've been to very few of the islands, so even just the act of going to a lot of the islands and getting the location markers is probably going to benefit me greatly. I should be back to adult in no time. Man, this thing is pretty quick downhill. I gotta remember that. I do need some water. Fingers crossed this isn't full of crocs. I mean, I think it would be a pain in the ass for a croc to get here. And not that many dinos come over here, so it's not like it's a great spot for them to set up ambush. Okay. Where do I want to go if I want to get down? I think there's a path here that leads down. Okay, how do I get to said path? Said path is way down there. How the hell? Ah, I see. Go up and around, and then down there and down there. Makes sense. I can tell you what, though. I have not seen a lot of herbivores tonight. I think I saw that one Styracosaurus. I think that's about it. Yeah, legit cannot remember seeing anything else. Here we go. This is the way down? No? Ah, close. Apparently I have to go up to go down. You know, I'm chunking through this growth. Getting these locations. That is the benefit of me not having yet played Citi and Pachy on Rhyparia. Okay, I'm gonna stop off for a second. Get some stamina back. Because my best attack requires stamina. If I have no stamina, I'm SOL. And you burn through it kind of quickly. Alright. I think I gotta keep going down here. I hear something. Oh, Spino. Actually, the second Spino I'll run into today. Oh, yes. Another location quest. Very cool. Right, so now the tricky part about deciding to come hang out on these islands. So I don't exactly think Citi and Pachy is a great swimmer. I am going to have to make some fairly perilous swims. You know, that's fair. I didn't exactly think there'd be too many people who just didn't know how the game works at all. I mean, long story short, oh, that's neat. That kind of looks like a Phi-setter skeleton or a Leviathan skeleton. It's survival, you know, you grow, you do quests to gain growth. But, you know, everybody else is also surviving, and if you're a carnivore, you know, you hunt and eat other players. I am a little herbivore. And in particular, today there was an update that reworked one of the dinosaurs that needed to be reworked for a really long time, which was the Alioramus. And the Alioramus isn't a very big or strong predator, but it's really fast. And it's one of the only predators that can easily catch the animal I am now, which is Citi and Pachy, which is a type of oviraptor. And so I thought it would be a fun challenge to try to be the main prey of the Alioramus during the time in which the most people would probably be playing Alioramus. Because, you know, when a new TLC or a new DLC comes out, everyone gets excited and wants to play it. They want to try it for themselves. And this has been a highly requested TLC for a long time. And I guess I can explain the TLCs. Essentially, this game has been going for a very long time, and a lot of its old models and dinosaurs both don't look very good, like they're a bit dated, and also their abilities are a bit dated. And so they've been going through systematically with all their old dinosaurs and recoding them, giving them new models and new abilities and the like. And we've been getting one of these TLCs like once every few months or so. So it's been quite fun. I think the last TLC was just about a month or two ago. And that was the one that did the Megalania and the Amargasaurus. As far as like dinosaur simulator games, because let's be real, there's a lot of those out there. I think personally, Path of Titans is the most beginner friendly. Like if you're new to this kind of stuff, I would definitely choose something like Path of Titans over the Isle, because Path is just way more beginner friendly. I'm not saying it's easy, I'm not saying it's perfect. It's just more beginner friendly. Also, you hear that like dum 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 dum. That is the footsteps of another animal. The footsteps of another animal is oftentimes not a good thing because that could be a predator. I'm going to investigate anyways because I am stupid. And also curious. And you know what they say, curiosity killed the cat. I mean, yeah, Alioramus is a really interesting one, but honestly, I mean, on just the base game, no mods, because there are a lot of mods in this game, there's like 50 something playables, and all of them are unique. So, I mean, I definitely would suggest just playing around and finding one that you like, because all of them are unique. Ironically, the one I'm playing now is a modded creature. So there's official servers and there's community servers. And on the official servers, you have, you know, the official dinosaurs made by the game. You play online with people. There's no real, like, rules or anything. There's obviously, like, general etiquette rules, and especially, like, chat and stuff. Because there is, you know, a global chat as well where people can chat. But sometimes people want... excuse me. Sometimes people want to have, like, a rule set or to play in a certain way. So they'll make community servers and have their own little rule sets that they enforce. So like the server I'm on now is more specifically like a realism server where they try to you know, aim for a little bit more realism. Like you only hunt something if you're hungry, or like different animals can't mix groups together because they naturally wouldn't do that. It's just, you know, like trying to mimic nature a bit more, which I personally love. That's my favorite playstyle. Is either realism or semi-realism. And of course, if you see across the bar at the bottom there, all those different buttons are all the different like attacks and abilities I have. Some of them are like vocal abilities that give me boost, or some can heal. So there's different ways, even with each individual dinosaur having its own skill set, you can play the same dinosaur differently than someone else plays it because you choose the skills you have. So if you look at your abilities, you can choose different abilities for each. Also, I think the fun thing is that unlike some other games like this is one of the few that is available on basically every platform. Because if I remember correctly, this one is available both on console and mobile as well. Obviously, I play everything on PC, but I know I've definitely run into people who are playing on console and on mobile. I want to get to that island there, but that's a really long swim. And swimming can be very dangerous. Oh, I see a Suchomimus with a baby over there. We're going to avoid that. That thing would easily be able to hunt me down. Okay. You know what? We're going to cross here. So I mentioned swimming can be dangerous because, as you can see, my mobility and my speed are very limited in the water. But there are aquatic animals too. And there are predators. Things like Deinosuchus, the big crocodile, or Tylosaurus, the mosasaur. Also, why can't I get up here? That's bad. What do you mean I can't get up here? Oh, I had it for a second. Okay, so this is bad. Because now that I'm out of stamina in the water, I might start drowning. Okay, well, that's rough. Eh. Are you going to eat me, or are you going to help me, or are you just going to watch me struggle? I feel as though he's just going to watch me struggle. That's rough, buddy. Eh. Eh. Okay, he actually is trying to help me. There just isn't much I think he can do, which is a shame. Eh. I had it for a second. Okay, let's get some stamina back before I try to go up. That was lucky. He could have easily just eaten me. That Spinosaurus could have easily just made a meal of me there, but he decided to be friendly. And I appreciate it. Okay, I think I have enough stamina back in case I fall in the water. No, okay, good. I made it out. Oh, okay. Also, if you see this yellow progress bar on the bottom, that's my growth. So you start out as a little baby and you gain growth by doing like quests and such. And if you look, this tells you how much you've grown, so I am almost an adult. But every time you die, you lose some of that growth. So like right now, my quest is to collect 3 snake sheds. So that thing I just picked up was a snake shed. And some of the quest items, like the one that I just picked up, have audio cues as well as visual cues. So you heard that like rattlesnake sound. That tells me the snake shed is nearby. Okay, I heard another one of those rattlesnake sounds over this way. Aha, there it is. Just grab that. All right, one more. Aw, little baby Apatosaurus. Boy, you have a rough life ahead of you, little guy. That is a little baby Apatosaurus, and he is going to be growing for a very, very long time. Okay, there was a snake shed here, but I think that baby Apatosaurus might have the same quest that I do. In which case, I think I'm going to cross over to the other island. Okay, I think I might have just gotten myself stuck here. Uh-oh. Okay. That was close. I hear... Oh, okay. I was going to say I hear a big predator stomping around, but I just saw it. It's that Spinosaurus that helped me. So I shouldn't be too worried about him. How many people are on right now? There's 117 people on this server right now. I'm genuinely surprised I'm not running into more. I don't hear... Huh. Somebody killed that. I don't hear the audio cue for the rattlesnake. But I think there's one on this island. Are there any playable snakes? Technically, yes. So I mentioned earlier about mods, how like community can make their own playables. Like the one I'm playing right now is on an official dinosaur. Well, there is a mod that just released, I think like maybe a week or two ago, of a playable snake. I actually played it for a little bit just to kind of test it out and see how it felt. It was interesting. It's a little weird, but it's fun. I love snakes, so of course I was going to test that. And so, funny enough, the quote-unquote playable snake, oh, I think I just saw, yeah, snake shed, is the snake that makes this shed, which is the Wanambi. It's, so around the map, there are, non-playable, like NPC little AI critters that, you know, they're meant mostly to hunt for the carnivores in case there's no players around. Like that, actually, perfect timing. That is an NPC. And one of the NPCs is a snake. And somebody turned that NPC into a playable. Oh, okay. I meant to... There we go. There's the body. So you'd see sometimes you'll be able to eat. This one has noxious meat, though, because it's toxic. Okay, so now my new quest, which if you're wondering over here, that's where you keep track of your quest, is to find pink yarrow, which is a pink flower. Which I think I saw some up here. Did I? I know I saw some recently. Uh-oh. I just saw problems. That's what I saw. Yep, that's an Alioramus. If I'm quiet, you might not notice me. Just let him pass by. Okay. I don't think he noticed me. I think he just kept running. So that's the thing I've been trying to avoid, is Alioramus. Okay, back to looking for that flower. I swear I saw it over here somewhere. No, okay. I'll go back to some of the other islands. I'll look on the other islands. I'm also kind of hungry. I need to find food. Uh-oh. That's a Hatzegopteryx. That is trouble. There are flying predators as well. And that one is particularly troublesome for me. But thankfully, either didn't see me or didn't care. It actually looks like he might be after something else. I can't tell. It's smart for me to not stick around to find out. There's another snake shed. I don't need it though. I need this flower. I'm gonna just run around and check all the islands. I think this island will be the next best one to check. I found it from my Twitter post, yes. Oh, here we go. There's the pink flowers I'm looking for. Yeah, for some reason I have a pretty big following on Twitter compared to basically everything else. And I said, well, if I already have this big following that I made just by making stupid posts all the time, I may as well, like, use it to my advantage. People seem to enjoy my ramblings on Twitter, so why not my ramblings in live person, sort of. I also meant to say live in person, not live person. I am, in fact, a live person. But I feel like that such detail may have been unnecessary. Alright, let's get some high ground and look around. See if I see. I think I only need to find one more clump of those pink flowers. This is freshwater? Oh, it is freshwater. May as well drink. Also, I'm running low on food. I need to find food. And fast. Oh, well, there's the final cluster of flowers. That's good. Alright, well, now I need to find food because I'm starving. I'm not going to make it back to adulthood if I starve to death. Are there any anthills on this? Is this an anthill? No. If I find a berry bush, maybe I'll switch my diet. You know, there's the Wanambi I talked about, the snake. And I think I can switch my diet to scavenger, which would let me eat that. Good. Okay. We're not going to starve to death. Although with all those big stomping footprints around, I might die a normal death. Okay. I should probably switch back to a regular diet, though. We'll just do this. Well, not all of the dinosaurs can scavenge like that. Just the one that I am has that ability. Now, any of the carnivores can scavenge from stuff. There's dead bodies around the map that they can scavenge. But the one that I'm playing now is an omnivore, which means it can both eat plants and animal stuff, which is pretty lucky. Herbivores have like specific things that they can eat. So like I mentioned earlier, looking for a berry bush, if I come across one, I'll point it out. Oh, I see a berry bush actually. Here, we'll go over and look at it. So yeah, if you're ever playing as a herbivore, see that little scraggly tree? That's what you're looking for. Because at the bottom of those types of trees are berries. And that's what most of the herbivores eat. It's not the only thing. There are other things the herbivores can eat, but that's like the main thing. Okay, and I'm looking for moth cocoons because I am very close to reaching adulthood. I think if I complete this one more quest, I will be good. Also, see this little triangle with this cave? That is a home cave. So if I go in here, loading screen, it's a little safe cave. Nobody else can come in here. Like if another dinosaur were to go in that entrance, they would go into their own home cave. So you're safe in here. It's a good place if you need to rest or if you need to like change your abilities, because you don't actually gain any health or stamina when you're in here. It's a way to keep you from just cheating and hiding in the home cave. But, you know, if you're just looking for a safe place to change abilities and stuff, it's a good spot. Especially because you can only change your abilities if you're laying down, sleeping. Oh. Hello. That was like a little baby Dilo. It's too young to try to hunt me. Also, you might notice that my abilities on the bottom are blacked out a bit. When you go into a home cave, and sometimes when you're near a home cave, the abilities stop working. Which, again, is to keep you from just spam hiding in the home cave. So, I get it. Okay, one more moth cocoon. You know, the fact that I'm only at 2 deaths despite doing this for over an hour is actually really impressive. Okay, so I have one last quest I could do here, which I will try to do. You see, the quest is called Hunt Dangerous Critter. So it's one of those AI critters I talked about, and it'll spawn a big one, which can fight back. Okay, what was that? I just heard something run by. Huh. Whatever. I'll choose to ignore that. Nope, not where I want to go. Hey, I made it back to adulthood. For the second time tonight. Okay. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to rest for a second. Get some stamina back. Yeah, a few close calls, but surprisingly, nothing directly attacked me this time. I've kind of just gotten myself into every situation I have been in. Okay, so if I just walk around in this little red circle, it should spawn the critter for me to fight. There we go. Where are you at? There you are. Okay. Uh-oh. I got myself stuck. That's bad. Oh, come on. How did that not hit? Okay, I'm going to lure it over here, where it's more open. Come here. Are you not coming at me anymore? God dang it. Ouch. This is not going as planned. I might need to run away for a moment. Okay. Probably have a hard time following me down here. Let's get some stamina back. Thankfully, I don't think critters heal. So I can heal up a little bit. And then go back after it. Okay. Round 2. Once I figure out how to get back up there. Kick you right in the back. Come on, get right behind me. Got it. Alright. Now we should heal up. I should probably find a safer place to heal up, though. Okay. This seems like a mighty fine place to take a rest. Heal up. I do not know who's making all that noise. Okay, that's good enough. Alright, now let's... I completed this area and I grew to adults. Now where do I want to go? I'm going to go down here into the mud flats. That sounds like fun. To the mud flats. That's a bit of a steep drop. Let's find a way down. Carefully. Okay, that hurt a little bit. I think this should be safe enough to cross. Right here seems the best, because I can leap off of that. Nice. Made it into the mud flats. I think there's a pond in the mud flats that I can drink from. I mean, what good are these wings for if I can't jump off of stuff? Alright, here's some berries. Ah, there's the pond. This way I'll be able to fill back up nicely. Oh, that's a bad sound. I don't even know what's chasing me. It just sounds like something was chasing me. Oh, that's not good. That's an Alioramus. It's a small one, though, so it might not try me. See, that's problematic. Now there's two of them. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. For all of my niche reference lovers. Well, I don't know. How niche can the Phantom Menace be? That's not Phantom Menace, that's Revenge of the Sith? I think that's Revenge of the Sith. Because that's when, oh, yeah, I think those are the same two Suchomimus I saw earlier. Oh, and there's another Alioramus, maybe? Yeah. And then what's that big thing? Is that a T-Rex? That might be a T-Rex. Or is it a Titan? I want a closer look. This might be my death, but I wish for a closer look. Okay, yeah. It's a Rex, and it's cool looking because it's pied. Ah, and it's friendly. We'll give him a dance. Cool. That's really cool, though. I like the piebald Rex. That's awesome. Alright, well, there's the two Suchomimus. Oh, three, actually. It had another kid. Oh. See, I was gonna attack that albino critter, but then they went for it. That's funny. I think that Alioramus stole the albino critter from the Suchomimus family. Yeah, lots of predators, but surprisingly, none of them seem all that interested in me. which I am not going to complain about. Oh, there's another Alioramus. I told you we'd be seeing a lot of Alioramus tonight. Just keeping my head on a swivel. I do want to go over there. I've explored most of the mudflats already. This, however, is a dangerous crossing. A lot of big predators swim in this area. Looks like I'm lucky this time. Well, may as well grab a little bit of food while there's food to be grabbed. Never mind, I'm full. I'm not exactly perfect at timing those jumps. I have a quick look around while I have the high ground. So far, so good in this area. I think there may be another tree I can use to cross over here. Ah, yes. Oh my god. Excuse you. Oops, I grabbed it by accident. I gotta kill that baby. I don't stand a chance against the adult, but I might be able to kill the baby. No, okay, I failed. There isn't much I can do now. I'm out of stamina. Ah, rip. Alright. Let's see here. Was bound to happen eventually. Well, now we're back to questing and growing again. Let's see where it put us. Oh, Willemy Forest. I actually was thinking about heading to this area anyways. Alright. Well, rest in peace to Citipati number 3. See, if I'd have killed that baby, the adult would have backed off. But unfortunately, the baby was just slightly faster than me and I couldn't catch it. Yeah, I think I saw some mushrooms back this way. go. Cat mushrooms. Where are my little button mushrooms? But as you can see, is there a nesting mechanic? I've seen you pass a few. Yes, there is a nesting mechanic. Although, ironically, those nests you see me pass are not the nests you use. Those are for a quest. But, you see here, build nest. And then I can choose where I want the nest. And then notice how it says nest resources. Those are the resources I would need to gather to add to the nest to build it. And then once that's done, I could actually nest people in, like actual other players, as babies. They would come in as hatchlings. And hatchling is one step below the smallest size you can actually spawn in on your own. So you come in even smaller than the regular spawn. And when you're hatchling, you can eat from the nest. So the best thing is, you would hopefully have at least two parents, and they would take turns going out and getting food and water and filling the nest up. Ooh, I see the other one I need. Also, I am multi-streaming to YouTube and Twitch, so if it seems like I'm responding to chat messages that you're not seeing, it might just be on the other platform. Because I have both chat windows open. And before you ask, no, I don't know how to merge them yet. I'm learning. I am not good with technology, but I promise I will learn. I mean, heck, only like 4 days ago, I didn't even know how to use OBS. And now I'm streaming and adding things to the stream in real time. It's been kind of fun to learn all this stuff. And I know there is a way to merge YouTube and Twitch chats. I just haven't figured it out. I think there's a plugin that you have to add. Alright, now I think we'll go to the Hollow Hills and do a little more questing there. Because I know that area pretty well. Also, we're close. I really thought I timed that better. Oh, I heard those footprints. That is a little bigger. That's either like a young T-Rex or a Daspletosaurus. Daspletosaurus? However you say it. I'm not perfect with pronunciations. Alright, I should be in the Hollow Hills now. There we go. Cave mushrooms. Well, fair to assume those will be in a cave. Let's check this cave. Okay. Not in that cave. That's funny. One of the AI critters is attacking that Daspletosaurus. Alright, there should be some mushrooms down here. We'll take the quick route down. Ooh, and there's some food down here. How nice. I'm not tech savvy at all, so you're way ahead of me? Yeah. I mean, not far. I wouldn't say way ahead. Trust me. I had to watch a lot of YouTube tutorials just to get to where I am right now. That is the nice thing, though. All this information is just out there. There are tons of people who have shared this information. You just kind of have to know how to interpret it and understand it, and you'll be able to do it. I mean, hell, before this year, I'd never changed the oil on a car in my life. And then, to make matters worse, my car is a Japanese import. But thankfully, I found a tutorial on YouTube of somebody who happened to be changing an oil on a very, very similar model to mine, and I figured it out. And nothing exploded. It's quite nice living in the information age. Most things suck, but that's kind of nice. Also, yeah, I know I said Japanese import, and then after I said it, it made it sound a little too fancy. It's like a 1999 K truck. I do not have some sort of sports car. It is a 26-year-old beat to shit. But it works for what I need, which is to haul around wood and mulch and stuff. Aha, here we go. What's next? Anthills. Okay. I do find it's really interesting that I've managed to grow back to adult every time I've died so far. That's just lucky. Because the other night when I was streaming on here playing Amargasaurus, I think I got killed like 4 times in 15 minutes. It did not go well. I joked that I was probably going to reach Twitch partner affiliate status before I managed to grow that Amargasaurus, even if I streamed it daily, which I wouldn't because I don't hate myself that much. I'll stream daily, but I'm not streaming that daily. I know I said I'll stream daily, but I do think I'll probably end up taking Saturday off because I'm going to a reptile show that day. So on top of my usual reptile care, I also am going to a show. And I'm probably just going to be exhausted because the show is in Orlando. Which also means I'll be by like all the Asian markets and stuff. And I'm going to want to go to there and pick up a bunch of food from the Asian markets to bring home. Not to mention whatever I end up getting at that reptile show. Why do I hear something running really fast? I don't like the sound of something running really fast. Also, something down there eating. What is that? It's a problem is what it is. Well, it's no longer my problem, actually. Because some Alioramus are now eating it. I think it was a Pycnomiasaurus, which, to those less informed, Pycnomiasaurus would be a close relative of Carnotaurus. Oh, I can't pick you up. I thought I might be able to pick you up. That's funny. That's a little baby Alioramus. I'm not going to kill him, though. Under normal circumstances, I should kill him, because he would grow up into an Alioramus, which can then hunt me. But alas, he is too cute. I cannot do it. I do want to work on my abilities, though, because I feel like I could do better in fights if I had better abilities. Alright, what do I got going on here? Okay, I think I'm going to change this out for this. And what's this do for me? Okay. And do I have a better... No. And the tail's pretty good as well. Okay. I think that's a little better. Because I think that secondary claw attack does more damage. And I find myself running out of stamina quite a lot, so I can't always rely on the kick. But yeah, no, that does sound fun. I don't go to Orlando very often, but there's a reptile show there this weekend, and I've been needing to go to one to pick up some supplies. And God forbid, probably pick up some more animals. Who knows? And then, since I'm in Orlando anyways, of course, Orlando has some of the biggest Asian markets in Florida. They also have that new H Mart that just opened. I've been meaning to check that out. Okay, I'm running into a dead end. I thought I was going somewhere else. I can tell you what I'm not going to Orlando for, and that's theme parks. I do not like theme parks. I do, however, love zoos, and I've still technically not been to Animal Kingdom or SeaWorld yet, so I do want to get around to visiting those. But that's a future me problem. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Especially since I have so many other things planned. I'm going to Daytona in August. I'm going to Miami in October. I thought I saw something. I'm gonna get my stamina back just in case. I swear I saw the tail of what looked like a predator up in the trees, but it could have just been a branch blowing in the wind. Is this what it feels like to be an actual prey item? Just constantly freaking out about little things around you? Okay, I definitely, yeah, I'm not crazy. Oh, but it's a fairy. See, I knew I had seen something, but thankfully it was a herbivore. It's a young one, too. It's not too much bigger than me. But it's neat to see a Therizinosaurus around. I don't see too many of them. Which is surprising, because they're pretty savage. But they are slow growing, and they're really vulnerable when they're young, so I can see why more people don't play them. That's kind of the trade-off. I did finally find the anthill. Oh, I just saw some butterflies down the hill. I think it was down this hill. I swear it was somewhere over here. There was a big rock. But yeah, there it is. Does that only give you 3? Shame. Gonna have to find 4 of those rocks. Oh, scorpion. Oh, I see another one. Yeah, they really do only give you 3. Then why is the quest for 10? Why not make the quest 9, which is divisible by 3? Why would you make it so that I have to go find 1 more? Honestly, it might even be worth my time just to wait for 1 to respawn instead of trying to find a 4th rock. Let's go back to where... Oh, never mind. I think I might have just found 4th rock. No? Okay, no, that's the one I just gathered from. I want to find the one I gathered from first, because that's the one that's going to respawn fastest. I think that's this one. Yes, perfect. Alright, well that's it for the Hollow Hills. I guess we can get another look at this Therizinosaurus. I just want to let it know that I'm friendly. I just want to come in for a slightly closer look at you. Very cool. Gotta love a big feather duster. Alright, let's go to Redwoods. Surely there's no threats awaiting for me in Redwoods. Surely it is a peaceful and lovely place. Surely. I don't feel like going down there for that quest. You know what I should do, though? I know one of these caves has a pool of water in it. It should be pretty safe to drink from, because no croc is gonna waste their time going down there. Yeah. I think that's fresh water. I hope it's fresh water. So I'm gonna try to get down there. Because realistically speaking, I don't want to drink in Redwoods, because Redwoods is definitely croc territory. And contrary to popular belief, I do not want to be croc food. I don't particularly believe that is a pleasant way to go. Ah, yes, it is drinkable water. Oh, that new episode of Surviving Earth came out tonight. I just realized that. Today's Thursday. And I'm so nervous about this new episode. Because I love terror birds. And I'm so nervous that they're going to do them dirty again. Huh. I don't feel like doing a hunter be hunted quest. So interestingly enough, I actually haven't seen any of Surviving Earth yet. Because I don't have NBC, like I don't have cable, and I don't have Peacock. But they have all the episodes available on YouTube if you buy them. So I'm probably just going to wait until the last episode comes out and buy all of them. It's only $10. It's not the end of the world to me. So. Oop. I didn't realize I ran out of stamina. That's not smart. Okay. We are very close to adulthood again. Also a big fan of terror birds. Yeah, I mean, terror birds have been something I've been in love with since I was a little kid. They're like one of the first things I remember falling in love with. I might have even fallen in love with terror birds before I fell in love with dinosaurs. Ironic, considering that they are dinosaurs. But at the time, I did not know that. But yeah, big fan. You know, it's funny though, as much as I love them, I've never put a ton of particular deep thought into like how terror birds function. Because nowadays, I know quite a lot about birds. And terror birds are weird as far as birds are concerned. Also, something like Titanus would be cool in this game. So they don't have Titanus, but there is a mod that has Kellenken, which I think might even be bigger than Titanus. But yeah, there is a mod for Kellenken. Kellenken? That's another one I'm not 1,000% sure how to say, because I've heard some people say Kellenken, and I've heard some people say Kellenken. Either way, that one is in the game, and it's pretty cool. I actually do really enjoy that mod. I don't think that mod is on the server I'm playing right now, though. Which makes sense. I don't think they have any Cenozoic mods on the server I'm currently on. And that's not technically true. They have one dolphin. They have Ankylorhiza, which is a type of prehistoric dolphin. That would technically be a Cenozoic animal. Other than that, though, I can't think of any Cenozoic animals. But yeah, back to what I was saying about birds and terror birds. Is that, like, when you consider the anatomy of terror birds compared to, like, their lifestyle, they're really weird. Because, you know, all the large predatory birds we currently have almost exclusively fly. But obviously terror birds could not fly. And the few ground-dwelling predators we do have are still small enough to fly a little bit to get into trees to nest. So I was just talking about this on Twitter the other day, where I was like, man, I'm super curious as to how terror birds nested. Because obviously they're not nesting in trees, which means they're nesting on the ground. But if they're nesting on the ground, are their babies still altricial? Because if I'm remembering correctly, where terror birds fit on the bird family tree is after the split where birds became, where they had altricial babies. Which essentially just means, like, useless babies. So things like chickens and ducks have precocial babies, which means they're, you know, ready and running around right out of the egg. Whereas something like a hawk or a pigeon has an altricial baby, which is tiny, pink, and useless when it hatches. But terror birds occur after the split for altricial and precocial babies. So, do terror birds have altricial babies? In which case, would they be the only ground nesting bird that really has altricial babies? Except for, like, penguins? And penguins are a really special case. See, the thing is that Seriemas have altricial babies, but they have altricial babies that grow decently fast, which is possible as to what terror birds were doing. Oh, hey, I'm an adult again. However, Seriemas nest in trees still. They don't nest very high in trees, but they still nest in trees. They get their babies off the ground. The only thing I could think of terror birds doing to remedy the issue of having altricial babies but being unable to nest high is that they must have lived in pairs or families, and they would have to take turns watching the young, similar to modern raptors, like hawks and eagles. Especially eagles. If you ever watch, like, a bald eagle nest cam, there's almost always one of the parents with the babies. And that evolved as an adaptation to deal with issues of predators like large hawks and owls. So terror birds that obviously lived alongside a lot of predators would have had to have some way of protecting their babies. I mean, they can go the route that some birds did, in which case they just kind of camouflage their young. But that seems like quite a big risk, considering that I imagine terror bird young would be significantly larger than something like a plover. Obviously, because you can camouflage a baby plover really easily, because a baby plover is like the size of my thumb. Whereas you would imagine that a terror bird hatchling is probably as large, at least, as like a baby ostrich. The problem is that you can't compare them to things like ostriches and emus, because ostriches and emus have precocial babies. They're from before the split. So it's entirely possible that terror birds were obviously nesting on the ground, and they had dual parental care, where both parents took care of the nest and brought food back to the babies to feed them. It's seemingly one of the most likely scenarios for terror birds, which is really fascinating, because that means terror birds were social animals. So they would almost be not too dissimilar to southern ground hornbills, or ground hornbills in general. I think both ground hornbills live in families where they raise the young. And honestly, terror birds are pretty big. So I can't imagine that they were going to be reaching full size in their first year, So it's even possible that maybe baby terror birds stayed behind for a year and might have even helped raise the next batch, which a lot of birds do. There's tons of different bird species where one or two of the young will stay behind, and hornbills are one of them. And, well, ground hornbills specifically, will stay behind for a while and help raise the next brood. And then once, the 2 or so years are up, they'll go off and try to make their own family. Sometimes you can have families of southern ground hornbills that can be upwards of like 10 individuals. And they are predators. They do run around hunting. I've seen them take down prey as large as hares. Which for a hornbill, a savanna hare in Africa is a pretty big meal, but they take them down. They just run them down and catch them. Like, unintentionally, I think southern ground hornbills make a good analog for terror birds. I'm not saying you should say that that's exactly how terror birds acted, but I do think it might make a good analog. Now, when you start getting away from like the genus or the family Forest Rackidae itself, and you start getting to some of the smaller ones like the Mesbriornids, those ones might do more of the Seriama trick and just nest up in trees. But the truly big ones, the things like your Titanus, your Devonesa, your Kelenkens, those had to have probably nested on the ground. Honestly, I suggest just looking into hornbills in general, because hornbills are really, really interesting birds that do a lot of interesting things. Most hornbills mate for life, and a lot of tree-dwelling hornbills, like flying hornbills, not ground hornbills, will do a thing where their nest is in a tree hollow, and the female will go in, she'll lay the eggs, and then the male will take like mud and spit and a mixture of stuff like that, and actually almost entirely seal the female into the cavity so that just her beak can stick out, and then he will feed her and the babies the entire nesting period. And then once the babies are big enough to start to fly, the female will peck her way out of the hole and let the babies go, which is pretty cool. Ground hornbills do it a little differently, but sort of like that. But yeah, ground hornbills are really cool because they live in family units. They're also huge. Like, way bigger than any other hornbills. Even the great hornbills. Another cool thing is that because hornbills have such a strong bond, and they're like, they mate for life, hornbills also have a throat pouch where they can store extra food. Most hornbills, not all of them, but most hornbills have a throat pouch. And what a lot of them will do is, especially the males, is they'll gather like think of like a wreathed hornbill. Wreathed hornbills are one of my favorites. They'll gather a bunch of berries, and then when he sees his mate, he'll have the berries to give her. So like, not only is he out there feeding himself, but he's getting extra berries for his mate. And so sometimes you'll see what almost looks like a hornbill. It almost looks like it's trying to cough something up, and then suddenly it'll have a berry or like a little piece of fruit in its beak, and that's what they're doing. And he'll usually hand it over to the female. I'm not 100% sure if the females do it to the males as well. I've only ever seen males passing food to females, which makes sense. They're obviously trying to impress the female. But I can go on and on about hornbills. I absolutely love hornbills. They're probably one of my favorite groups of birds. It's hard to say if they are like absolutely my favorite, because I really love raptors as well. And of course, I love terror birds, and technically speaking, Seriamas are the last surviving Karyama forms. I don't know. I think predatory birds in general are really cool. And while hornbills aren't generally considered predatory, They absolutely are predatory. Most hornbill species, even the fruit-eating ones, will eat small animals. In fact, they're actually particularly well known for catching or taking a lot of nestlings from other birds. And some, like the great hornbills, will even eat bats. Like the greater Indian hornbills, they're known for sitting in trees where bat colonies take off. Like when the colonies come out of the cave to go out for the night to hunt, they'll sit in trees near there and they'll literally just snatch bats right out of the air. Most of the time they don't even fly. They just like literally lean their head up and snatch a bat out of the air. It's pretty cool. Toucans are like that too, where everyone thinks that toucans eat nothing but fruit, but toucans actually eat a lot of animal protein. They'll eat insects, they'll eat bird nestlings, they've even been known to eat small monkeys, like baby marmosets and stuff. And every toucan I've ever worked with in captivity has loved eating meat. In fact, actually, captive toucans, one of their favorite treats is frozen thawed day-old chicks. Which is funny because most of the hornbills I've worked with in captivity have been insectivores. And of course, frugivores. Most hornbills are frugivores. Yeah, it actually is pretty similar to the way the snakes catch the bats, where they sit in the roost and wait for the bats to come out. Which is also pretty cool. There's a handful of snakes that I really like that all do that. Like down in Puerto Rico, there's the Puerto Rican boa that likes to hang out in bat roost. One of my favorite Asian colubrids, which is Ridley Eye, the Ridley's Cave Racer. Sometimes known as the cave beauty snake. They're another one that goes into caves and hunts bats. And even reticulated pythons will do that, where they go into caves to hunt bats. Which is funny, because they're like one of the world's largest snakes. Oh, and a Margosaurus. I want to say hi. We haven't seen anyone else in a while. If you'll sit still for a second, I'll give you a little dance. Nice. Well, I am an adult, so I don't particularly need to quest or anything. See, as much as I talk about in glazed birds, snakes are technically my bread and butter. That's my jam. That's what I know all about is snakes. Also, good news. You say I can totally make YouTube videos talking about this kind of stuff? Good news. That's the plan. I technically did make one video that I think I posted like 2 years ago. And then not long after I'd started recording, I ended up having to move. And that threw me into like a total jamble. And I'm just now getting back into the whole content creation deal. So yes, I will be doing some YouTube videos. In fact, one of the first YouTube videos I wanted to talk about is what I just went on a rant about, which is baby terror birds. So I got to write up a script from that because I want to do a little more research and see if anybody else has done any studies into like what terror birds Is that another Amargasaurus? Wow, what are the odds? I almost never see Amargasauruses. You also get a dance. I did not mean to sit down. I meant to dance. But yes, I do plan on doing that. I will probably end up making a video on... Honestly, I love southern ground hornbills. So if I do my next animal spotlight video, it's probably going to be the southern ground hornbill. Yeah, the one I have up on the channel now was for the Argus monitor. And realistically speaking, I think I went a little too in-depth with that one. I can definitely, like, rein it in a bit more. I don't want to say the word dumb it down, because I definitely don't mean to dumb it down, but, like, I think I just went too by the books. It just felt like I was prattling off a study paper or a Wikipedia article more than disseminating information. But I've gotten way better about talking off the cuff. So, something I'm working on. I gotta learn how to edit videos again too, because I'm pretty sure that video took me like 8 hours to make. And it's like a 13-minute video. I have been told that I am an infinite wellspring of animal knowledge, which is absolutely not true. But I'll admit that I know my stuff. I have worked alongside many, many animals over the years. And I have a particular penchant for weird and oddball animals. So I tend to know a lot of things about critters that some people may have never even heard of. And especially when it comes to Florida wildlife. Because obviously, having lived and grown up in Florida my entire life, I know quite a lot. Well, this is really bad timing. I have no stamina, and a pair of Alioramus just walked by. They may choose to just not do it. Oh, I'm sorry. Correction. There's 3 of them. Well, it seems like they don't want to bother with me, which is good. I'm probably not even enough of a sport for them. 1 Citipati with no stamina versus 3 Alioramus. That's not even sport. There's no fun in that. That's probably why they left me alone. That was almost death counter number 4. But, I don't know. They just decided not to. I do remember there being a berry bush over here. Ah, a fellow Florida man. Always nice to see. Yeah, I grew up in South Florida my whole life. And then a little over 2 years ago, right? Actually, technically a little under 2 years ago, I I moved up to North Florida. And let me tell you, it's different. Because when I lived in South Florida, I lived in like the outskirts of Miami. I lived in like one of the densest cities out there. It was as city as a city can get. Super like metropolitan. And then I moved up here to North Florida. Today I went out to get my mail and my neighbor was walking a horse down the street. That's some shit I ain't never seen before. It definitely takes some getting used to. Ironically, I work with a lot of reptiles and birds and all sorts of dangerous animals. I've even worked with cats a few times. The only animals that scare me are horses. and dogs. I do not trust horses, and I do not trust dogs at all. Horses is mostly a vibes thing. I've never directly had any negative interaction with a horse. It's just like, I don't fuck with their vibes. But dogs is a lot of personal beef. Boy, let me tell you, you don't want to spend too much time down south. It's nothing but angry people and chaos all the time. Ain't nobody happy down there, I swear. People act like they're happy for like 15 or 20 minutes when they're doing something fancy or sitting at a beach or whatever. It doesn't last. Nobody's happy down there. I moved up here and everybody's peaceful. Everyone wants to just chill and like be kind and whatnot. Not entirely. There's some weird people in North Florida, but otherwise, I do not miss the hustle and bustle of the city one bit. People ask me all the time if I ever want to go back. I'm like, absolutely not. They're like, we'll check back in with you in a year. It's been a year. Absolutely not. It's been 2 years. Still absolutely not. Are there things I miss? Absolutely. But frankly, I'm not that far from a few major cities. I can get most of that where I am. And on top of that, like, I still have family in South Florida, so it's not like I don't go down there visit every so often. I'm going down in October to go to Zoo Miami. Also, did that Titan just attack that pair of Alioramus? I think it did. I'm nosy. I want to see this. Oh my god, is that Titan's trying to eat the Alioramus? There's no way I can catch those. However, if that Titan was smart, he might go for that baby, because he separated the baby, and the baby ran towards the cliff where it's kind of a dead end. Okay, well, don't bring that thing to me. I'm not sure if I can outrun a Titan. Don't bring it to me. Go run somewhere else. I wanted to go down there and get a drink. I don't like that thing looking at me. I'm gonna run past that. I want nothing to do with that. Yeah, I know there's an Alioramus, but like, yeah, it's a smaller one, so I'm not as worried about it. And it has a baby that I could try to kill. Although it is really cute. I'd feel bad killing it. But you know, survival of the fittest and all that. What's in the water? I see something swimming. Oh, it's an AI. Okay. I thought that might have been like a Zafactinus or something. Okay. Grabbed a drink. I don't think there's a particularly great way to get out of this, so I'm just going to go back the way I came. I had a feeling you were going to be problematic. Ah, that baby is fast. Okay, you want to play this game? I'll play this game. Okay, I'm not playing this game very well. Okay, I'm not doing very well here. Oh well. It's bound to happen eventually. You know what time it is. Alright. I definitely could have played that way better. Tell you what, if I make it to 5 deaths, I think I'm going to switch to Pachy. At the very least, I know my body didn't go to waste. Because at the very least, I had a trophy, and that little baby gets the trophy. Unfortunately, I already completed the quest in this area. So I gotta go somewhere else. I guess I'll head down to East Passage. Just check something. I'm definitely not checking Twitter to see if anyone posted about the new Surviving Earth episode yet. I don't see anything on my initial scroll. I'll check later when I get off. I'm certain by then somebody will have said something. Otherwise, I think Dino Guy does a review of Surviving Earth every week. I can always watch that tomorrow. I'm just curious to find out whether or not they did my terror birds dirty or not. Sorry about the random pauses. I am still, unfortunately, a business owner, and people will message me at all times of the night. And it is in my best interest to respond timely. Owning your own business is lovely. It really is. Not having to work for somebody else is one of the greatest blessings I've ever had. However, that also means that you're the person that has to answer a message at midnight. So, it has its ups and downs. I'll tell you what, because I own this business, I can do this streaming stuff. Because I make my own schedule and I'm free basically any time of day. And I would actually prefer to be streaming more in the midday time because it's Florida and it's stupidly hot out and I don't want to be outside during the midday. However, I've also tried streaming it during the midday and like no one shows up. Which, duh, makes sense. Most people have school or real jobs. Well, okay, my job's not a real job, but you know what I mean. But I also don't mind streaming at night like this. Anytime I stream at night like this, I tend to at least get some people showing up. And if I, make it to Twitch affiliate status and start posting YouTube videos and get some subscribers, I might also be able to make a little money on the side doing that, which is pretty helpful because realistically speaking, one of the biggest issues I have with my business is that it's super seasonal. So during certain times of year, I make a ton of sales, and then certain times of year, I make none. And it's not the worst thing if you know how to manage money, and you know not to just blow all your money while you have it and then have nothing for the rest of the year, but at the same time, part of me misses having a steady form of income. And streaming, if I could make money off of that, would be lovely. because it's another one of those, choose your own schedule kind of things. But also because, in the winter is when my off season is, I could stream way more often because I don't really have to do a whole lot of reptile care when they're all in the ground for 3 months. Yeah, I have some family that own their business. I've seen the kind of work. Yeah. Yeah. And let me tell you, it's a lot more work when your business involves live animals. Because if you think it's annoying enough having to deal with random people messaging you at weird hours, also imagine working with animals, which are constantly unpredictable. Like, I wanted to start streaming at 8 o'clock yesterday. I didn't end up streaming until 10 o'clock because just some stuff came up with my animals that delayed me for like the entire day. I ended up having to shift a ton of different things that I had to do. To be fair, technically speaking, a lot of the stuff I had to shift wasn't exactly business related, but it kind of is. Long story short, I was raising up some chickens, and the baby chickens decided that they are now developed and volant enough to start flying out of their brooder. So I had to so I thought I had like another week or so before I had to put their coop together. And then I ended up having to do that in a scramble yesterday. Good news is everything worked out, and the babies look really happy in their new big coop. Stupid Tanistropheus. You long neck son of a bitch. I'll kill you. I'll make it look like a bloody accident. Oh, come on. Gotta remember I also have the tail slam. Oh, you know what? We're just duking this out, huh? Punk. Let me gather my reeds in peace. But yeah, working with animals is unpredictable. And honestly, this time of year, super unpredictable. Because this is the time of year that animals are laying eggs, and some of my babies are hatching already, and yeah, and you never predict when things are gonna hatch or when things are gonna lay. Oh, I got another chat from Azen Vox. How long have you played this game? Oh, I've played Path of Titans since like 2021. So what is that, 5 years now? Yeah, I think I've been playing Path of Titans for about 5 years now. I started playing Path of Titans. Okay, technically I played it even longer than that. Because I played Path of Titans when it was still in alpha, before any of the current maps existed. But I only played that for a little bit, and then I disappeared for like a year or two. And then when they released Megalania, I came back. And I've been playing on and off ever since. Now, does that 5 years of gameplay mean anything? No, I'm still dog shit at the combat. But at least I understand the game really well. Like, I know where to find things and how to navigate and what I should and shouldn't do, but doesn't, save me from being bad at the game. Speaking of which, I swear to God, I just walked over a turtle shell. Where was that? I'm over here talking about, like, yeah, I know this game well, and then I walked right over a turtle shell. And then forgot where it was. Oh, well, I know where else to get a turtle shell. Oh, yeah. I've been on it for a long time. I tell you what, though. I know people who only picked this game up like a month or two ago that fight way better than I do. So it has nothing to do with length of time. I think the only thing length of time affects is how well you know the environment. So, are we talking favorite dinosaur in-game or in general? Because those are two different answers. And I'm happy to answer both of them. Because in-game, man, that's a tough call. So, I play a little differently than most other people play. But I do really like the Alioramus. Because it's pretty fast, it's swift, it's easy to play. Kelp. Okay, that's this way. So yeah, Alioramus is probably one of my favorites, and it actually just got its TLC today. So it just got an update today, and that's actually the reason I'm playing today. Although ironically, I'm not playing Alioramus, I'm playing the thing that Alioramus likes to eat. Otherwise, one of my absolute favorite things to do in this game is something that would drive just about anybody else nuts. Which is that I love playing crocodiles in this game. But unlike most folks, I play a crocodile like a crocodile should actually be played. And I will sit in one little body of water for like an hour and a half just to catch one meal. Totally still. Admittedly, half that time I think I'm probably playing on my phone. Also, if I'm in a mood to goof around, or if you're just trying to learn the map, I think the flyers are obviously one of the best things to play for a beginner. Specifically Thalassodromius. I think if you're new and you want to learn the map or you want to learn certain things, I think that's a really good one because it's a fairly forgiving gameplay and it's easy to get away from stuff. I will say it may be tempting to play an aquatic creature, but it's pretty boring. I can't say that I stream daily. I try to, but you know, I am an adult. I have a business. I have a life. I can't always stream. I have a lot of events and stuff I go to, but I try to stream as often as I can. And right now, it seems to me that my most common stream time tends to be between like 8 and midnight Eastern Standard Time. I would like to stream during the day more, but it just works out that I tend to be streaming at night a lot. Also, I guess I never answered my favorite dinosaur outside of this game. That would probably be Acrocanthosaurus. It's hard to pick like a direct favorite, but if you like really had to twist my arm to make me pick a favorite, I would probably pick Acrocanthosaurus. Because I love Carcharodontosaurs. I think they're super cool. But also, oh hey, Deinonychus. Um, Acrocanthosaurus is like one of the only Carcharodontosaurs known from North America. So that's kind of cool. What's your goal about your channel? I mean, realistically speaking, for now, I'm mostly having fun doing a bit of streaming. It's entertaining. I've turned out I actually enjoy it a lot more than I thought I would. But if I had to actually say what my goal is, my actual long-term, long-distance goal, is I would love to have a community large enough to help me fundraise for some wildlife charities. That is my absolute end goal. Because I have several wildlife charities that I personally work with, like Crocfest and the Tortoise and Turtle Protection Group, and the International Iguana Foundation. And I would love to be able to build a large enough community to put more. Oh my god, leave me alone. Don't try it. You are a baby. I will kill you. Um, but yeah, I work with a lot of these like really cool wildlife charities, and they're doing well for themselves. Don't get me wrong, but could you imagine if I could put more eyes on these types of charities? It'd be so cool. I mean, there's already tens of millions of people out there donating to things like Make a Wish Foundation or like the UNICEF and stuff like that. And those, of course, I'm not bemoaning them. They're great charities, but everyone knows about them. Millionaires and billionaires donate to those things to make themselves look good all the time. But if I could get some of those like smaller wildlife charities out there, like Crocfest is a good example. What Crocfest does specifically, like we say it's a conservation charity, but if you wanted me to actually get into the meat and bones of it, what we do is we have researchers submit grants to us. Then we will pick one of those grants, sometimes more than one, depending on how much the grant is asking for. And then we will do a charity fundraiser and raise the funds to fund that grant so that that person can go do that research or do that, like do what they need to do. So like, perfect example, one of the last ones we just did is in Guyana. There is a team researching black caiman, but the area they're researching is only accessible by helicopter, and their helicopter pad fell apart. It was old, it was in disrepair, it fell apart, and now they can't do their research. So they came to us, they submitted a grant, we did a fundraiser, and so the fundraiser itself probably cost us, mind you, purely volunteer run. Not a single person makes a cent, but it probably cost anywhere from like $5,000 to $12,000 to run a charity like this. But the charity itself can make anywhere between $40,000 and $80,000, and all of that extra that, you know, after we pay off what we need to pay off, goes right to these research grants. And let's say that Cayman one, they were only asking for like 25,000. We made like, I think 60,000 that night. So then what do we do with that extra? We look at the next grant and then the next grant, and we'll just keep filling until we run out, and then we'll do another charity. So like, it's cool stuff like that. And it's like, if I can put more eyes onto stuff like that, because frankly, I don't give a shit about a lot of animal rights activist charity groups. They frankly don't do damn near anything. I want to put eyes on people who are actually in the field doing work, doing research. Recently, we just got a message back from some people in India that we helped fundraise for, and like they showed us the results of the fundraiser, and like they literally showed us like nest of gharial that were able to happen because of what we did. And that's incredible. Gharial are critically endangered. Same with Orinoco crocodiles. They sent us a video showing us all the stuff they were doing with the Orinoco crocodile relocation. Super cool stuff like that. And like, yes, reptiles are my specialty. I know a lot of reptile groups, and like reptiles are historically very underfunded. But I don't want to stop there. I want to get some other things involved. Like right now, there's the oh, thank you for the follow, because every little bit absolutely helps. But there's also like the Malabu Southern Ground Hornbill Project. I think it's a super cool project working with ground hornbills. I absolutely love Southern Ground Hornbills. I was just talking about them in chat earlier. I would love to be able to fundraise for them. It's stuff like that. Like, I've been in this field for so many years that I have an ability to disseminate between who's actually doing the work and who's just raking in a bunch of money off of it, of people who know no better. And that's where I kind of want to, like, if I had a larger platform, I feel like I could teach and reach so many more people about stuff like that. Also, at the same time, I do also just like goofing off with a community of like-minded people. Who's to say I can't benefit both? I mean, if you spend enough time around my streams, clearly you're probably somebody who also really likes wildlife. And mind you, I don't just plan on playing games forever. I do want to do some other stuff, but there's a lot that has to happen before all of that. Like I did, I started up my YouTube channel again. I'm going to start doing some recordings again, just chatting about animals. But also, I live in Florida. I go out looking for wildlife all the time. I see a lot of cool stuff. Why don't I just start recording that and post some wildlife vlogs as well? I'm certain people would love to see that. I see all sorts of snakes and birds and insects. There's no predators in the water, right? Okay, good. I kind of jumped in without thinking about that. So, I don't know. I have a lot of plans, but I've been literally doing this for 5 days now. So, we are in the very, very, very bottom groundwork of all of that. And like I said, I do like, own my own business and stuff. I can be a busy person from time to time. Okay, what was that little thing that just ran by? I see it running away over there. I wonder what that was. But, I mean, the good news is that also I own my own business. I make my own hours. So, like, it should be easy for me to divvy up that kind of work. A lot of it is just I have to learn how to do a lot of stuff because in the beginning, you don't have the money for, like, editors and things and thumbnail artists and stuff. So I kind of do have to learn how to do a lot of this stuff on my own. And I'm still figuring that out. Like, I know a lot of folks have, like, Discords and stuff. I haven't figured out any of that shit yet either. Honestly, I think the easiest way to get a hold of me is probably Twitter. I think most people find me on Twitter. Which actually, I wonder if I should put my Twitter in the description of, like, the Twitch and YouTube. I wonder if I can do that. Let me see something here. One second. I'm working on it, and I'm also hoping that I do not get eaten. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Okay, it doesn't look pretty. I'll fix it later. But I at least managed to add the Twitter to the Twitch channel description. But also, if you just go on Twitter itself, my @ is SouthApe. Also, in the Twitch description, it does not appear to actually be linked. I will figure out how to do the actual link. I just put, like, literally the URL in the description. Listen, I never said I was tech savvy. Quite the opposite, actually. I have many times mentioned that I am not tech savvy. But if you give me enough time, I'll figure it out. You know what? I might be able to do that. Let me see. You are absolutely correct. That is probably a much smarter idea. Wow. Amazing how much better that worked. I do also have, like, Instagram and TikTok and stuff, but I don't do anything those yet. I will get around to getting those up and running. Especially now that I kind of have the inspiration to do it. Trust me, it took me months to get the inspiration to even go live this first time. And then it took me an additional week to learn how to use OBS. Does not seem to be much going on over here. I'm going to go over to Twisted Tree. Also, I promised myself that I would get better about the whole Instagram thing because I take photos of animals all the time. And that feels like Instagram would be the place I should be posting that stuff. I haven't actually finished setting up the Instagram yet. But when I do finish setting it up, I will share it on things like Twitter and YouTube and stuff. Because right now, I have a personal Instagram and I have a business Instagram. And I'm probably just going to turn the personal Instagram into the Instagram for my social stuff like this. Okay, this is a long swim. So we are going to be very vulnerable for a second here. I do have a TikTok under the same name. But frankly, I think most of the stuff I've posted there as of recent has just been kind of goofy stuff. There's been some wildlife stuff that I've posted, but my TikTok's under the same name. It should be under Swamp Ape Science as well. Wait. Nope. Bad time to swim. I have low stamina. You know what? Don't say sadly you don't have TikTok. It's a good thing you don't have TikTok. Trust me. You're doing better for yourself not having it. Unfortunately, I've had it for many years, and I cannot let it go. Honestly, same thing with Twitter. And sadly, both Twitter and TikTok are where I have my highest followings. You gonna call it quits for the night? Honestly, I don't blame you. It's late. But hey, thank you for coming by. Every little bit, every little interaction helps, man. If we're gonna grow this thing, we grow it as a community. So, thanks for having me. Or, thanks for being around. I was gonna say thanks for having me around, but like you had an option. Yeah, definitely. I mean, subscribe to the channel and whatnot. And you'll be able to get notifications about future streams and future videos. I think Twitch is probably better to follow for streams because I think Twitch is a little better about notifications. Although I think YouTube is getting better. But for videos, obviously, I'm only posting videos on YouTube. So if you want to see those, definitely subscribe to YouTube. And see, now that I actually have people following and subscribing, I can actually hold myself accountable because I don't want to disappoint you guys. And maybe I actually will get around to editing and doing the work. And also, maybe one of these days I'll figure out how to turn the volume down on those alerts so they don't give me a heart attack every time somebody is gracious enough to give me a follow or a subscribe. Because, lordy, they do give me a heart attack every time. I mean, look, I already felt like it was crazy that I even figured out how to do the alerts in the first place. Okay, Mr. Tree. Just gonna rest up for a second here. Alright. Pretty close to adult. So maybe we can at least make the push to get back to adult. But also, where is the nearest... Okay, I think this big pool in the middle is freshwater. I hope so, because I need to drink. You know what that reminds me of, too? I have a webcam buried somewhere, and I want to get it set up. I think some people would enjoy actually being able to see my face when I do all this. I ain't much to look at, but I've been told that I talk with my face a lot, so maybe that's entertaining. Let's see, I saw you don't put any custom stuff in there. Custom stuff in where? I don't know if you're talking about Twitter or YouTube or what, Twitch channel. So, I haven't put any custom stuff in because I literally just started learning how to do this. So I've been using some of their templates, but I am working on the custom, like, you know how when you follow and it makes like a unique sound and all that. I am working on that, I promise. It's just there's a lot of plugins to figure out. And when you're somebody like me who grew up with like absolutely zero technology, oh, like logo and banner. Yeah, I haven't made a logo yet. That profile picture I have with the alligator and then the band, all the stuff you see on my profile page, like the bird, the alligator, the crocodile, the snake, I actually took all of those photos. Those are my photos. You guys are gonna eat me, aren't you? I just have a feeling. There isn't a whole lot I can do to defend against the cats. But yes, you are absolutely correct. I need to brand this stuff better. And frankly, I need to come up with, like, an avatar or a character for the whole... I mean, my name is Swamp Ape Science. I need to make, like, a little ape. Okay, you know, when I say I need to, realistically, I need to hire an artist, too. I have no artistic capability. All my talents went to understanding animals. I don't understand technology, and I don't understand art. I mean, admittedly, it's not something I'm looking for immediately. However, I'm not opposed to seeing some stuff like that. You can always DM me on Twitter. I'm pretty sure my DMs are open. I don't think you even need to follow me. I don't know. Twitter's interface is a little weird sometimes. I do, however, thankfully have a decent amount of friends who are artists. So I was thinking about commissioning one of them. I just gotta figure out which one's whose style I like. But first I have to figure out how to do any of that stuff anyways. And frankly, I've never been one who's super concerned about the appearances of everything. Like, yeah, I know, I want to grow. I definitely need to work on appearances a bit. But I care a whole lot more about the content. Like, in the actual videos and stuff than I do about how pretty it looks. For sure, you're absolutely correct. Presentation absolutely matters. But it's also one of those things that I intend to gradually improve with over time. I'm not necessarily trying to immediately go crazy with it. It's a combination of both. Because you can have the nicest, fanciest presentation out there. If you don't dictate yourself and speak well and entertain people, they're never gonna follow you again. But also you can be the most entertaining person, and if it's just like the most busted setup, not everyone's gonna appreciate that. Although I will say there's plenty of people out there who are still using the same busted setups 10 years later and are still quite successful. But of course, when it comes to streaming, most of that's all down to luck anyways. Honestly, I'm frankly surprised for the fact that I've only been streaming for 5 days, and I've had as many people, not many, but as many people as I have had come in and chat and interact. And I'm incredibly excited about that. I frankly thought it would take months before I even saw my first chatter. But you're not wrong. I absolutely have intentions to work on presentation. But I'm also the kind of person who tends to move by months, not by minutes. I'm in it for the long haul. But yeah, absolutely. Please feel free to DM me on Twitter. Twitter is generally the easiest way to reach me. Though, frankly, if I had to talk about immediate goals, I think some of my most immediate goals are to maybe get a little money out of this before I start putting a ton of money into this. So I don't want to go crazy just yet. I mean, there's parts of me that want to upgrade my mic and, you know, get a better set of headphones and, you know, upgrade some of my tech and whatnot, but I'm being smart and avoiding that for now, even if my mic is old and a little bit busted. Trying not to sink hundreds of dollars in this and then do nothing with it ever again. I figure if I'm willing to take the grind to this with no upgrades and no presentation and make it successful, then I deserve to start putting into it more. That or I just like tormenting myself. Who knows? I mean, I'm the one who chose to boot up this game and play a herbivore on the night that there was going to be carnivores everywhere. Oh, I'm not saying your stuff is expensive. That's just an in general, like, talk I've had. Just an in general thing. Like I mentioned, I wanted to start filming wildlife vlogs. And of course, in my head, I'm thinking, oh, I should get a lavalier mic, or I should get a, you know, a gimbal for my phone so the video's a little more stable. And then I kind of had to stop and be like, I'm pretty sure in the beginning, people don't give a shit. They just want to see the stuff. And the upgrades can come later. So long as over time the videos progress, the editing gets better, and the tech gets a little better, I think I'll be happy. Oh, come on. There's no way you can't just walk up that little rock. What are we doing here? Why can't we walk up this beach? Come on. Any day now. Figure it out. It's just a tiny beach. Why are we stuck on this tiny beach? Well, this would be a terrible time for an aquatic predator to show up. Okay, come on. You're basically standing at this point. Okay. My God. My god, it's midnight and I'm still messaging people. Never own your own business, man. Some people have no respect for the concept of office hours. I think there's a lake on this island I can drink from. You know, I intended to stop after the 5th death, but I'm starting to wonder if the 5th death is ever gonna come. How many people are even still on? It's late. My god, there's still 113 people on? Phew. People are active tonight. I haven't seen anybody in a minute, though. I gotta switch the area I'm in. I gotta go somewhere where there's gonna be more people. Oh. Hello, large menacing Spinosaurus. How do you do today? He might be AF. Okay, no. I thought he was AFK for a second, but I guess not. Well, this water's not really good. Where else am I to find better water? I guess I can check this hole in Stillwater Bog. Which is ironic because it also means I have to follow that Spinosaurus. Oh no, he went the other way. Alright. Okay, I think over here there's a way up. There we are. It's nice to have this map memorized. Mostly. I'm not perfect, but... let's just hope this water's good. Let's get some stamina before I go down there. Sometimes there's critters hanging around Stillwater. Alright, I think I've answered the messages and had a nice little nap. Let's go get some water. And hopefully this is good water. Nope, of course it isn't. Why is all the water bad? I can at least get a little bit out of this, though. I guess my next move, since I'm in still water, would be to go over to Cedrus Forest if I'm looking for water. We're gonna go this way. Oh, actually I filled up on water a lot more than I thought I did from that pond. Well, I guess my next move is to look for food then. Either way, sounds like Cedrus Forest. Oh, there's food there too. Okay, besides both of those things, I'm still going to Cedrus Forest. I have made up my mind, even if I have run out of excuses. You know, admittedly though, rocking Citi Pachy today ended up... Let me do this with more stamina. Rocking Citi Pachy today ended up being less stressful than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be Alios every 10 seconds, but I only died 4 times. Though in true Citi Pachy fashion, I died every time I was attacked. I don't think I got away from a single hunt. Let us see here. Alrighty. I realize I crossed at the wrong island, but that is fine. Also, whatever large scary thing that just was, I'm pretty sure it's behind me. So, not my problem. Not my monkeys, not my circus. Correction, that might be in front of me. Could quite possibly be my monkeys, and... Oh, would you look at that? It is my circus. Okay, whatever that is sounds like it's getting closer. I'm gonna get moving. But I am a little curious about what it is. Oh, well, that's an iguanodon. But that's not what's making all that noise. No idea what's making all that noise. I honestly think it's crazy with the amount of times I've crossed water tonight. I have not encountered one single aquatic predator. Count myself pretty lucky on that. That sounds more like a herbivore. I swear I hear 4 footsteps. Oh, hello. Get away from me. Be gone, Satan. See that, however, and that, those are problematic. That's a Maip. That's a Titan. I'm just gonna scooch on past you two. Oh, that's a Titan fighting a Rex. I kind of want to watch, but I feel like I'm just gonna get snatched by something if I do. Let me check my 6. I don't see anything. Also, doesn't really look like they're doing a whole lot. Just circling each other. Correction, I do see something on my 6. It is a pair of Maieps. But, like, I'm just a little chicken. Surely you don't want to waste your time on a little chicken. Alright, now here's the real test. Yeah, water's too low. We're gonna ignore that pair of Alioramus, considering they seem to already be eating something. I'm simply gonna pretend I didn't see that. Not my monkeys, not my circus. Just a calm life of willful ignorance. God, it's getting late. I'm slurring words. Like, realistically speaking, midnight isn't exactly all that late, especially to you hip young folk. But my ass was up at like 7 this morning. Because I live in Florida, and Florida is hot. If I don't get outside work done before the heat comes, I will suffer. But also, I seem to just have the best time streaming later at night like this, so I don't know. It's compromises. At the very least, everybody else in the house is asleep, so I ain't bugging anybody this late at night. Or, honestly, let's reverse that. They aren't bugging me for something. So, I guess it's kind of nice. Huh. Little Zafactinus skeleton. Neat. Yeah, I was literally about to say let's find some food, but ask and you shall receive. Although I didn't even ask. But alas, I still shall receive. I was right, though. I said I should go by Cedrus Forest to see if there's more activity. And lo and behold, there was. I saw what I wanted to see. Unfortunately, it was like 6 predators and 2 herbivores. Not a whole lot of folk to hang out with. Not if I don't want to be lunch. Or, well, looks like it's nighttime in the game. Dinner. I probably shouldn't burn through all my stamina. Huh. Well, this is awkward. Dance for my life. Well, let it be known, folks. You can dance for your life. Oh, and I will definitely take a look. See? That's a life lesson for you. If you're thoroughly entertaining enough, you can get out of most situations. That or they just weren't even hungry. Man, this long night in the game is making me tired outside of the game. I do quite love that emote as well. And for sure, yes. Let's go to the volcano. Because why not? That does not seem like a safe place to drop down. I will go around. Ah. Seems like you can cross at that waterfall. Okay, that hurt a little bit. I wonder if I can drink here. It doesn't look like it. Oh. Osteraptor. Wow, I don't see a whole lot of you guys. See? Dance your way out of most situations. I feel like if that Osteraptor really wanted to, he probably could have taken me. But he seems chill. Seems like I got a lot of island hopping to do if I want to make it to that volcano. Oh, Lord. Oh, there's something big walking around up there. That call sounds familiar, but I don't remember it. That is a little young Spinosaur. No, I think it's better to do this. Another young Spinosaur. Stamina. Oh, the little Spinosaurs are fighting each other. Never mind, they're friendly now. So much drama packed in just a few seconds. Okay, I thought this gap was a little smaller. It's fine, I should have enough stamina to cross it. At least this water's somewhat good. Alright, I think that big island right there is the one I'm after. Yep. So I just gotta island hop this little island, and then I'm there. Wow, that really is a little island. Ow. Well, I at least made it to Volcano Island. That is enough to satisfy me. I guess the fifth death was destined never to come. Unfortunately, I don't think I can climb the actual volcano itself. But hanging out at the base of it's good enough for me. I'm at least a little curious as to what that was. It sounded kind of close. Mayhaps not as close as I thought. Oh, it's a duck. Big old Dinokairos. I say we stop up at this lake, and I think that's good for the night. I think that'll be a decent place to have my Citi potty parked, ready to spawn next time. I like a clean lake for once. Seems good enough. Alrighty then. I think that's gonna do it for tonight. Tis getting late. And I did end up streaming for as long as I wanted to, which was to try to make at least a 4-hour stream. So I'm pretty satisfied with that. My god, this logout takes forever though. I feel like that's the longest minute of my life. But yeah, I managed to grow a Citi potty back to adult 4 separate times, which is rather impressive. Like, I managed to get back to adult between each death every time. That is so rare. Alrighty, I think that's where I call it for the night. Thank you, everybody who came through, and especially to those who stuck around. It means the world to me. Loved having you all. And I think it is time for some well-deserved rest. Thank you all, and have a wonderful night.